My bird's gonna join us. Hey, Throttle. Hey, Ventura. Alright, so we're going to add a couple of these sausages. For me, these were 50 cents a piece because I got them on a killer deal. No, like, you could take out a chopping board and do everything. You could have your cat micromanage you. But I'm going to use scissors. I want this to be easy. I don't want to create any more dishes. Does this sound okay, guys? Oh, good. How was your day? What did you guys do today? What?
He ain't pay a manual for me or anything, did he?
No, you don't need anything.
Look, Penny. Yeah, I didn't want to wake you up. Sorry about the glasses. I'm sorry. I didn't want to wake you up.
up, so he left.
Yeah. He needed the manual though. He picked up at the office phone.
Are we gonna have to go pick it up in the morning?
Yeah, I'll find out what I'll figure it out. I ain't gonna
Pinto Massacre. Hey Christine, how are you today? Guess it helps if I turn it actually on. Congratulations on your milestone, by the way. This is some citrus mash that I have left over from when I made the Portuguese lemonade, and I saved it because it's a little bit sweet, a little bit citrusy, but not too strong. Cut a little bit off and throw it in. I can almost cut it. Give me just a second, Pintu, and I will get to that. And I'm sorry, I thought your name was Pintura, because here Spanish is very prevalent, and so Pintura is like a picture of painting. It doesn't show that you're alive, Pintu. I don't. How's everybody doing today? What did everybody eat, or what are we getting ready to eat? I don't know if you guys have ever tried these, but Campari tomatoes are amazing. One of my favorite tomatoes. You just eat them. You can see they're just the size of our palms. You only need a couple of them. Sweet, not super acidic. I'm just gonna put them in quarters. I also have a little bit of leftover chicken, so I'm gonna throw it in there too, just for a little protein. If you do it at this stage, it absorbs all the flavors that are going on. I am making a glass noodle soup. I had a leftover whey from the butter that I made last night, and I didn't want to waste it. And since this one is a sweet whey, I thought, you know, be good in a soup as opposed to something savory. Unless I was, yeah, like a soup or a stew is really the only way I can see using this. And this way, because this is roughly a quarter of the cream that I used, because it was so high moisture, it kicked out a lot of the whey. And there's actually still a lot of the butter fat still in here. I don't know if you can see it right here, but there's butter fat all speckled throughout, because with the high moisture content, it wasn't able to push the fats towards each other before the mixture started getting warm.
What is it?
Pizza roll for me. She asked to eat when she got up, so everyone.
And she didn't eat it either?
None of them wanted it.
Hard toasted, huh? That's weird.
Have you guys eaten this evening? Or although, Pinto, I think it's morning for you. Have you eaten this morning? I'm also going to try to put some of my reused kimchi brine in here. I added a little bit of other vegetables, but it's been a couple of weeks. It used to be super small. You really should let it sit 2 months. But I thought it would be kind of interesting to see how it tastes today. Oh, that's right, chili. How did it go with the kids? Did they try it? Honestly, that's really good. Your load already has peppers. I'm gonna go ahead and throw some in here. I also threw some fruit in, just to sweeten it and to feed the fermentation. I don't know if I can get to the daikon from here. That's okay. We'll just use the carrots. There's a little bit of a bite to it. It also makes it really good for your tummy. Hey chick, how are you? Hey, with kids, getting them to try it is 90% of the battle. It's not even half. If you can get it in them, it's a win. Did they at least eat the hot dogs? I'm really glad that the moonshine taste went away. I didn't have any vodka. You have to put some sort of antibacterial in there, like vodka. And it tasted like straight moonshine for the first 2 weeks. I am making leftover soup using the glass noodles and some stuff I had prepped earlier in the week. I had that leftover whey from yesterday, and I started thinking what I could use for a sweet whey. And there's really not a lot of sweet things that you can make other than a protein drink. So in terms of savory, I was like, oh, it's floral because it's got apple and cinnamon. Let's put it with some chicken. So I put some chicken sausage and then some chicken breast. I couldn't find any white or dark meat, which is the best, although for as much of the ways I'll probably be using, that's probably for the best. I was telling them too that you can see that because of the high moisture content of the apples, that there's still a lot of the butter fat in the whey. So technically this would be a full and complete meal in terms of calories and composition if you just wanted to drink it as a protein drink. But I'm too scared to do that, so I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to let this stuff warm up, brown up just a little bit. I'm going to then cook it in this to get this warmed up. Add some water, saute it in the glass noodles, and then we'll see where we're at. I've never done this recipe before, but it sounded like a good idea. Oh yeah, that poor thing. And by the time I was so hot because I used the towel instead of the lid. It was so hot by the time we got to the cherry butter. Let me show you what it turned into. Mind you, there was a significantly larger amount of moisture in the cherries because of the problems that we were having getting them reduced down. We ended up with actually a bit of syrup that I'm going to use to make lemonade. But it turned into cream. And if I had had space in the freezer last night, it would have been ice cream. So right now it's just a cherry cream. You can see it's still got a little bit of whey coming out. Oh, I should toss it in here. It would have been nice. So I think I'm gonna make a cake and use this as the center. Because don't get me wrong, my fat butt does want to eat every single spoonful of that. But if I make a cake, I'll be required to share. And then I will not eat every bite of it. It was good though. And I think I also added a little bit too much sugar, so it fought too much with the lactose, but it got warm like halfway through, even though the cherries were full frozen, the bowl was frozen. I mean, everything was the way it should have been, but I think I added too much sugar, and I think there's way too much moisture in the cherries. So I'm gonna try it again. I have a little bit of cream left. I'm dehydrating the remaining cherries to see if I can get the moisture out of it. Sprinkle it in to absorb under the whey and see what happens. Maybe cut back on the sugar. But I don't know how sour or sweet the cherries are going to be when I get there. Oh wow, you're 14 hours ahead of me. That's crazy. I mean, that's geography. I had so much butter. Okay, so like it was struggling so much again. It was hot. It was the third run it had done. I shouldn't laugh. This poor machine. This poor machine. It was struggling so hard that when I was doing the cherry, like at one part, I think my niece messed up the live. I don't think it's gonna be able to upload, so I'm really sad about that. But the moment the moment it started to cream, the cherry cream, it kept hitting the camera, so you couldn't see anything. But it was kind of funny just to see it keep hitting the camera. It was so worth it. It was so worth it. I loved it. I want the live to save for that moment because I just think that would be a funny short. I know that the apple butter didn't come together. I use a different kind of apple than I normally do, and I don't think I cooked them down enough, but I only got 2 bags of the apple butter. It is hard though, so not technically a fail, not technically. And then the fajita butter, it tastes really good, but as soon as I added the extra chili powder, it stopped tasting like fajitas and it just started tasting like chili. I mean, it's good, but it's not what I was going for. I like my soups like a little bit softer, I think, than most. So I know this kind of looks sad, but this is how I like it. If I was making it for other people, I'd ask first, but I don't know. I just like soup that's easy to eat. How do you all like your soup, and what's your favorite soup? Oh, and of course my niece is hiding my headphones. I need to find those tonight because we're leaving tomorrow apparently. I don't know if you can see it, but like there's still butter in between the camera saver and the case. I didn't have to take the camera saver off to get the butter out. I tried so hard with a Q-tip and some alcohol this morning, and it just would not. It's just so crazy. That all that white stuff, that's all that cherry butter. What you doing, Babins? I think what I like about soup is that it alleviates me from having to drink a lot of water. I have a problem with my kidneys where I don't maintain hydration. Like, I'm one of those people that medically I have to keep taking electrolytes every day, even though I'm not like a pro lifter or anything. And they don't know what it is. It's just, apparently that's one of the things that can go along with having, what do you call it, the autoimmune stuff that I have going on. But, so I don't have to keep drinking as much water. And everything kind of starts the same. So what I used to do is I would make a base that has like the mirepoix and then like a starch, like quinoa, rice, whatever was on sale or whatever I had. And then every week I would change what vegetables went in it, and then I would freeze like 75%. And then when I would take it out of the refrigerator, I would just put like different sauces on it. And then that way, whatever I was in the mood for, I could have. So if I wanted something Italian, I could throw spaghetti sauce on it. If I wanted something more Mediterranean, I could throw feta cheese and some oil on it. And then that way I just had to throw it in the microwave and it would be ready for me to go and I wouldn't have to do any work. And I would only have to cook once a week. I knew I was getting all the nutrition I needed, and it was perfect for me when I was able to do it. And then I got really sick there for a while. Okay, so I think you can see from this angle better the butter fats that are still into it, especially now that it's gotten cold. I've gotten some browning on my ingredients, which, as everybody knows, if it ain't brown, it ain't done. My bird says it is done enough for me. And of course I cook with green pans because I got the Babbins. I'm gonna toss this in. My one thing, okay, so I was talking about how in Friends, that Joey Tribbiani moment, I think you were there when I was explaining it to It Is Well Homestead. The one thing I don't know is how the cinnamon is going to taste with all this. That's my gamble. I appreciate the confidence. I cook, my mom tells me I always cook, has always told me I cook like my grandmother, where she's like, oh yeah, just throw it in. And it's either a complete disaster or it's really good. Okay, so I'm gonna let this cook into these ingredients, pull some of that brown back out, so that it can get into the broth. I'm gonna add about this much water, which I think is, I don't know, with whatever 3/4 of 32 is, 28? 32 divided by 4 is 8 times 3 is 24, so 24 ounces-ish, so that I can throw the glass noodles in. I like my glass noodles more hydrated before I eat them, because when they expand in my stomach, I get real sick. I'm so broken, guys. I should taste it though before I get too much further. I'm not gonna lie, I really like that. What I think it could use though is some red pepper flakes. And then a little bit of regular pepper. That'll be the base note to the cinnamon. Thanks, Chick. I appreciate you coming. So, if you have made butter and you do use the whey, you're adding instantly 40 grams of protein just using the whey alone. And then if you do butter well, the whey gets kicked out the way it's supposed to, you'll add about 60 grams. So that makes this a very economical way to get your macros. Some of the micros will break down because it is soup, but I was scared to drink it by itself. There's so much cinnamon. If you know, you know. Hey, Kistory. How are you doing this morning, Kistory? What did you eat for breakfast? Oh, and I do know that it looks weird to have just like, this is obviously a lemon peel, and I know that there's some orange peel floating around. I got them from Tangerines and Meyer Lemons. So like, you know those like little mandarin oranges that kids peel? And I kept only the peels that were sweet and tender. So when they got mashed down, or when they got blitzed to heaven for the Portuguese lemonade, it pulled out some of the oils, but not all of the sweetness. And so when I saved it, they're very tender, they're very easy to eat. It's not a problem at all, and they're actually really good. I didn't think about saving it until my birds were all over it, and I was like, why not? Oh, happy boating? that it's nice and thick, like a roux. Well, it's almost there, just a little bit more. Also, so if you're gluten-free and you're struggling to find a way to make a thick base, like for gumbo, whey is a really excellent way to do it. And because of the butter I had, it's technically buttermilk because it was milk with butter in it. But this also prevents you from having to either find a flour or mix the cornstarch. So it's just pop it in and it's done. I will say when you do like the more savory ways and then you just have like these bundles or like a instant soup or whatever, it makes it super easy to just throw it in the microwave. 7 minutes on 40%. If you have any dehydrated vegetables or frozen vegetables or something, I'm gonna do it half, stir, throw those in on top, throw it back in, finish, stir it one more time, and you shouldn't have to put it in longer other than 1 minute on full. Just watch it to make sure it doesn't boil over. But you'll have a really easy, high protein, high nutrient meal with stuff you already have. And you don't have to do anything. So these are the mung bean glass noodles. I usually like to do the sweet potato ones, but this is what I have found at the store, so. I'm only gonna throw in one because believe it or not, that is gonna be half this pot here pretty soon. I'm going to see how much of it I can get into the noodles, because once these noodles start to cook down, now when it's as thin as it was originally, you don't want to cook the noodles in it because that is the only flavor it's going to get. You want to wait for it to cook down first. I'm taught to use my hands a lot lately. Get some of it in to the noodles, and you'll see how much it dries up. It gets really thick. And you no longer hear the sizzle is when you're going to add the water, because that means you're starting to char, and you don't necessarily want to char it when you're cooking with noodles, or at least this early. Hey, Uncle Bob, how are you? Now what we're gonna do is we're just gonna get these noodles filled up, cook it to the thickness that we like, and then it'll be done. And it's been 20 minutes, so it'll be done and ready to eat. In the next 10 minutes, it'll be a 30-minute meal. If you know, you know. And Rachel Ray really was like the pioneer to the short form content. Thank you so much for the information earlier. I really appreciate it. I don't know if you were still on when my niece like grabbed my phone and destroyed that live. But I hope that whatever setting, I hope you didn't get blocked. I hope you didn't get timed out. Like there was like everybody in there I think got booted because I don't think anybody could hear me or anything at the end either. No, like it like zoomed in on like one specific fish and it just like stayed in that frame the whole time. It wouldn't let me zoom out, it wouldn't move forward. I tried resetting the app and it was like, nope, this fish forever. So I have no idea what it even looked like at the end. Make sure you break apart glass noodles as much as you can while they cook because they will cook together. super bad. Did you eat dinner yet, Uncle Bob? What did you eat? Yo, nachos, that sounds so good. And Throttle had chili. Y'all had, get your game day ready. It was a practice run, to be honest. So technically the noodles are ready now at this doneness. You could eat them, but I don't like to eat them at this doneness because then I don't know how much to eat because it continues to expand. And then I get really sick. Oh, yo, are you gonna do a video? I bought a pasta roller for my KitchenAid, and I'm so mad because even after I checked, it was supposed to be compatible with my KitchenAid. Well, it was compatible with my mom's KitchenAid because she had like the smaller one, and I guess that makes a difference somehow. So I gave it to her, and it was broken. And it was, by the time we got around to like checking everything, it was way too late to use. Or way too late to return. So now you can see that the noodles get much bigger. What? Much, much bigger. I got 2 where I had 6 before. How do you like the hand crank one? Or have you used one before? Because I'm afraid to get it because my hands are so bad. But I know they do beautiful pasta. Guys, have you watched Culinary Class Wars? She's ready to eat. Her body is ready. Yes, I'm excited to know. Nobody I know owns one, or maybe they had such a bad experience that they're ashamed to admit that they used it. So I'm always trying to like find out, because I did find my KitchenAid that I bought about 10 years ago. I'm hoping it still works. We'll find out. But I'm hoping to get a pasta attachment for it. But I also want to get the sausage attachment, because I don't know, I think that'd be kind of cool. Does it sausage? Alright, the noodles are almost at full capacity. I'll get you a noodle baby. Who's my noodle baby? Caroline taste test. Approved. Have you ever eaten lemon peel, Bob? Uncle Bob? If you're getting a pasta machine, I imagine you're the kind of person who's adventurous enough to try it. Oh yeah. She does not talk. She can mimic intonation though, and kissing sounds. So if I make kissy sounds, she'll make kissy sounds sometimes. But she more usually follows the cadence. So it's like I would say, "Don't bite me," and so it sounds, "Don't bite me, don't bite me," because I used to end on an up note before I realized that's what they were saying. They go, "Are you okay?" I go, "Oui, oui, oui." And then it's yeah. And if you don't say yeah, they keep asking until you say yeah. And they get, especially now with 6 of them, they kind of get stuck in a loop. And it's like, oh no. They'll just be sitting there asking each other, "Are you okay?" Because the group has to be okay before we can move on, I guess. Okay, so remember, we just did that one thing of noodles, right? Which is allegedly 1 serving. That's half the noodles. So just be careful. And then of course we have all the other stuff to go into it. Alright, that's the doneness I like. Wipe down I don't know where my cooking chopsticks are right now, so I can't grab this stuff with that. Let's see what it looks like. So there's the noodles themselves. This looks like some of the peppers from the gochujang. And some of the fresh peppers. The tomato has melted, as is tradition. Oh. I hit it. It was my bad. It was all me. I have no one to blame. sausage, noodle, look at my carrots, carrot, normally I would take out some of the broth. But you know what? I can't without. The bowl's already dirty, might as well go for it. So that's our final product. I do have fresh mint that would go with this for people who like mint. I am not a mint as food person, unless it's basil, but I bet basil would be good in this. But my niece attacked all the basil and it is gone now. So there it is, 30 minutes, full dinner. And each serving would be a minimum of 15 grams of protein each because we use the whey. And honestly, what would go really well on this is more of the pickled daikon or carrots or peppers in my fake kimchi to break up the savoriness of this. But it's good. I like it. I would do this again. I will be taking that with me tomorrow to eat. What's your favorite thing to cook? Alright. And since I don't have any onion or anything like that, and this is safe for her because I have cooked the vinegar out. I've never made pancit, but I've heard it's so good. Have a great day, Full Throttle. I'll see you around. Be safe. New bread's not good. Oh, yeah. Do you do the actual, like, hand kneading, or do you do it with the machine? Yeah, I cannot do bread by hand. I have to do a machine. I went to go get a taste test opinion for my mom, and the agreement is this is something I would eat. Want some carrots? You need to eat carrots. You eat the carrots, all that. And wouldn't you know it, as soon as the camera came out, the man took off his pants. What are you doing for the holiday weekend? Yo, I didn't either. We were not gonna go up this weekend. We had missed last weekend up north. And we weren't gonna go this weekend because we have to meet somebody to get something done over there. And he's like, oh, well, it's a holiday, so I'll be closer to home. So I can meet you. And we're like, holiday? And he's like, yeah, it's President's Day on Monday. And I was like, oh, whoops. So since my brother will be off Friday because he has no friends, and his wife will be off Friday for the holiday. For some reason, that's how it works at her school. He has Thursdays off anyway. We're just gonna take off tomorrow and try to bust out some stuff since we didn't get it last week. That's how much of the broth it's still absorbed. Have you seen Alex? Is he okay? I talked to him last night and he was kind of in a bad place with his housemate. I'm worried about him. Yeah. I haven't seen him on today. Usually he's on early in the morning but I know he was working hard yesterday. So I can only imagine how he was feeling today after what happened with his housemate. He disconnected, and I wasn't sure if it was something that was going on with his housemate or if something else was going on. Oh, I didn't even see it. It didn't show up on my thing. Huh. That sucks. Or I would have. I hung out in Happy Chicken's room most of the day. If I had known he was on, I would have gone to his. What was he up to? Or was he at least? I guess was he doing okay? Was my bigger thing. I'm all interrogating you about someone else. I'm sorry. I just realized how weird it is to be that focused on one person. I apologize. Oh, cool. I hope he's able to build this year. I know he wants to. Um, but, based on what he was saying about the planting season, he may not even be able to break ground for at least another month. And then he didn't really talk about the particulars, but I do wonder if he'd be able to, if he's hiring somebody or if he's going to be doing it himself. Alexander definitely seems like the kind of guy that he could pour his own concrete. So are you the one that lives close to Alexander, or are you the one that lives closer to Homestead? It's well Homestead. I'm gonna be honest. I've met a lot of people in the last 7 days. Murray. Who's that? Caroline, who's that? Right, and I have it in my head, and it could be completely wrong, but I have it in my head that you guys live near another one of the homesteaders, but again, that could be completely wrong. Who's that? Who's that? Is that you? Is that you? Oh, you're the one who lives near, well, quote unquote, near Serena. I think your niece was talking about weather conditions with Serena the other day, and we were talking about the different, like, USDA zones. I don't know why I had it in my head you were near another homesteader. I guess except to say that you're near your niece. They switched yours? How do they switch your zone? Is that a thing? I genuinely didn't know that could happen. Okay. She can see the other bird eyeing her for her noodle, even though it's her. Global warming. Oh no. Yeah, the climate's really gotten messed up. I wonder if they'll be switching our zone then. Because we used to be 5A. So like the planting season really couldn't start till like the end of March. Last freeze expected around the end of May. But this year the snow came a month late. So it was supposed to start snowing at the beginning of October, and it didn't start snowing till like mid-November. Don't get me wrong, the snow that was there has stayed on the northern parts of northern-facing properties, but it has mostly melted. Our acequia is going to be dry this year. There, the river is full right now. The basin is full right now, but but that's probably not going to last through the summer, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. Wow, 10 degrees? That's a lot. That's a crop killer. That's a lot. Are people having to shift to different crops? Just fully go Karen on Mother Nature. That would actually be kind of funny if that's how it worked. I'd be like, "Excuse me, Mom, what's with this AC going on? This, why did you turn the AC on time? It's too warm over here." It'll be interesting to see what happens. I mean, for them to switch your zone means that it's a pervasive problem. It must have been that way for a few years. And I wonder, like I said, if we're going to be next, because with the double El Nino, we did do really, really well with moisture the last 2 years, considering. But the years before that, it's just been, and with all the illegal weed being grown, it's bleeding the acequias and the river. Because I live in a legal to grow state, and so they leased out like all kinds of properties to develop to grow the stuff, and it has just destroyed the water supply. Because I guess cannabis takes 2 foot-pounds per acre. So where you would normally like hay, you could just flood it, it'll grow because it's grass. You have to do like twice that, and then if the crop fails, it's not like you get to recoup the water. You have to keep it constantly moist. So not only do they have to flood it more than once, they usually have a greenhouse where they're pumping more in, and because they didn't get licensed by the state, there's no way for the state to try and plan around that. And so, like, last year, further downstate, we had actual no water days like California had. And then I think we even got fined by Texas because we didn't pass on enough water. Hey, happy chickens. I used the whey from last night from the apple cinnamon, and I liked it. I like it in a soup. Would recommend. Although I guess it's technically buttermilk because it still had like a lot of the butter fat in it. You had a long day. Good night. Be safe. Congratulations again. How many years did you guys have the lack of snow? Would you say that has kind of contributed to it? Because now I'm like super interested. Because this year I only want to grow stuff for me so I can get everything set up and going. But like the last two commercial farms in my area have folded up. They're gone. Um, the developers came in for other stuff like Airbnb, and then of course the illegal cannabis um, growers are just, it's no longer a viable thing to just commercially produce. But I was thinking of getting the community together to do like a co-op, um, but I want to do some community planning around that, and if there's a chance that our zone is going to change, I don't want to come up and draw all these plans and try to plant all this stuff as a tester this year, and then next year I've basically defrauded everybody of their money and their time and their resources. This is the first year? Yo! That's nuts. Because this is the first year. Well, farmers may have pivoted already, but like commercial farmers already have their contracts set out. So like what happens for people who, I don't remember what's in Washington, but you guys grow like an extreme amount of like sugar beets or something like that. No, sugar beets is Michigan. I knew this like 2 days ago. But you guys like grow an extreme amount of like extremely used product for the state. Apples. Oh my god. Duh. Washington apples. Um, Literally, like most of the apples. um, but yeah, I mean, and that's a decade long plan. So if you're planning like champagne and you need to be planning Red Delicious, like, yikes. I am curious because you guys do grow so many apples. Oh, right in the eye, girl. Oh, there's chili in there. Um, do people in Washington actually eat like a lot of apples? Or do you guys kind of hate them because it's just everything that you guys always do? Yeah, I figured. It's kind of like how I bet people in Canada actually hate maple syrup. You just want to drink the broth, girl. You don't need to be drinking that broth. That's too much cinnamon for you. That's so good. I am very, sorry. I'm very pleased with how that came out. I may have no right to it. As, again, my mother pointed out, I would be the only one here to eat it. But she is definitely not a sweets and savory person. She grew up directly under a farmer that had to transplant to the city to survive. And he was very strict about no sweets in the savory. And so, like, his kids were very, they're still very much like that. The two that are alive. And I can always tell that when I put like something in there that's gonna sweeten it up, that I get the look. What is this? I'm actually gonna take out some of this pickled peppers. Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers. I ended up reusing the kimchi strain that we got from Costco. It took me like 2 months to eat the kimchi, and I was just curious if I could regrow it. So I just poured what I had left of the brine in some water. I put in some apples for the sugar, so it would feed the strains. Daikon, 3 kinds of peppers, carrots, of course. I didn't have any baby bok choy at the time, but I'm gonna start adding that. I'm gonna see if I can do like a rolling kimchi. There's a lot of air in it though, I'm kind of concerned. But as long as I keep it in the refrigerator, it should be alright. I don't know if you can see it. Oh yeah, and I used the rest of these were the best pickles. I'm so sad that I can't find them right now. I can't even find them in the small jar. But you can see like there's a lot of air, which is no está bueno. So what I've been doing is just every once in a while I go in and I shake it to get everything coated, and then you can hear the fermentation decompressing from the bottom. But that's, you can see on the bottom, I don't know if you can see on the bottom how the stuff hasn't quite broken down the way it should though. And I thought about leaving it this side up, but then I realized that if the pressure gets too high out, it's going to explode. Girl, what are you doing? Don't eat my keyboard! Hey JC, how are you? Congratulations on your milestone. I'm so excited for you. Cheese sandwich and potato. Hey Alexander, I was just telling Uncle Bob, I was like, he disconnected last night and I haven't heard from him. I hope he's okay. And then he said you had a live, but it didn't come up for me. So I spent all day in Happy Chicken's room. So I'm sorry I missed it. I'll watch the replay, I promise. And you've had your channel since earlier last year, right? Is when you started your channel? This is Caroline, Sweet Caroline, who we thought was a female because eggs showed up after she came in. Turns out, surprise, Daddy Gerald was Mama Geraldine. Man, you hustled that. Good for you. Congratulations. You do have good content though, for real. I can believe it. I know how hard it is just to like, and I think you could see me in the reflection on the fish tank when I was going back and forth with my niece, trying to like go in, type, go do something, come back, type. It's a lot of work. It is like a second job, if not an actual second job. I say like because it's a hobby until you get paid, right? See, you're like me, Alexander. My first video was in 2010, um, back when the creator program, and I got the email. I was technically a billable creator. If I had just if I had just put something out between 2010 and 2022 is when they suspended my account due to inactivity. I could have been a paid creator because I had put a bunch of stuff out and I had qualified originally, but I got, it wasn't what I wanted to do, so I got busy doing what I wanted to do, and then when everything happened, when the world shut down, I was not in a situation that I could do it. So I'm mad at myself that I didn't push myself harder, but we're getting there. We're getting there. And when I got that first email, I got so scared because I was talking about the moon, and I didn't know enough about copyright to be like, because I was just giving out moon facts. Signs were always there. The autism was always there. And so I got scared. I got real scared. And I didn't post anything for 6 months because I was like, oh my god, they found me. And the email even had this thing that's like, if you get caught, taking stuff that wasn't yours, any kind of copyright violation. I was like, I don't know how to cite this. I don't know how to do what they're asking to do. And I freaked out. And I was like, I'm out. I'm out. And then I got into my zombie swing. Oh, sorry. And then I just got busy after that. Oh, being off work. Yeah, for sure. What was your first video, Alexander? And what was your first video, Jane? And if Tornado, I don't know if you're still here, I want to know about your first video. What made you decide to do it, if I can ask? I know it's kind of a personal question. Tornado, you're an OG. Did you do the day in the life that first year? I literally did not post for years. I think my last video was in 2013. I had received some sort of warning from the creators that I was gonna lose eligibility, so I posted one thing, and actually, when I got technical, it was an absolute copyright violation because it was a video set to copyrighted music, but I only got a claim instead of a strike, so they kept it going. Like but I didn't do anything with it, so I lost all that. I'm sorry. I tend to ask a lot of questions. I'm sorry. And if it's too personal or if it's too weird, you don't have to answer it. Oh yeah. Who doesn't want to talk about their chickens? If not chicken, chimkin. I think it just makes conversation easier to happen when you have questions. I'm not a naturally gifted person when it comes to oration, so I have to rely on other people opening up the topic. Oh, that lake video is so good though. I think I know which one you're talking about. Because I think it like suggested it to me the other day. I'm trying to do whatever it suggests, so it's kind of like all over the place. No, maybe it's not. I don't have anything that far down here. Yeah, I don't have anything that's showing that I even started to watch it down there. Tacos! Yo, what kind of tacos did you eat? And how are you doing? You sold the Gmail accounts? Oh my god, you were one of the people that had the referrals on lock. Oh my goodness. I didn't get mine until 2008? Or it was that first year that they opened it up to the public. I didn't get a referral. I was trying so hard to get one, but I didn't know how to make those connections. So nobody in my circle, of nerds had gotten one because we weren't online nerds. We were Lord of the Rings nerds in real life. So we didn't have those connections, and I lucked out because I needed a professional email because my other email was my Hotmail from, I kid you not, the 3rd grade. I had the same handle from 3rd grade. I still have that email account. It collects junk because I don't have anything connected to it. But I log in because I want to use it. Yo, Taco Bell. Oh, thank you. This is Caroline. She's my green cheek conure. We say she because she acts very stereotypically female most of the time. But she's in her mating prime, so she's on display with her biological maleness. She's jealous of herself. She can't even recognize that that's her. She's dancing at herself. We thought she was a female, so we had named her Sweet Caroline. They had told me that she was a male, but then when she got here, we got eggs. So it was like, oh, must be the new bird. Are we? And then the other bird that we thought it was Tommy, which looks like her but more saturated. And it wasn't him either. And then it turned out Daddy Gerald was Mama Geraldine. Lord of the Rings! Yo! Okay. Talking about being an offline nerd. Lord of the Rings. The only time I ever went online was to look stuff up like that, right? Like in high school, I figured out how to do my name in Elvish. That was my senior project. Because, responsibility, maturity, graduating high school, right? With the jobs that I had, I used to buy all the weird crap, like, I kid you not, I had the 18-inch Aragorn figure. I had the Lord of the Rings Risk. I had and I was so afraid to open it and use it. And when I got back from Washington D.C. in 2008, I was so broke. I had missed the wave for getting jobs, and then so I was in that dip between my internship and then retail opening up, because it was before I had my degree, for Christmas, and I had to make that credit card payment, and I had to sell all of it. I put my number in there hoping like one day somebody would be like, hey, I wanted to give you a call and let you know that I'm the one that ended up with it, and you know, do you have the money? Do you want to buy it back? But I haven't heard from anybody since 2008, so I don't think it's gonna happen. I have not read Swords and Dagger. Oh my goodness, your son did it at 10? He was a smart kid. He could see where the trend was going. No, she doesn't. See, we always find each other. We always find each other. We don't know what it is. We don't know why we like each other. And then it comes out and it's like, boom, we got that energy. Oh my goodness. I was gonna say, because I don't remember what Swords and Daggers was. Oh man. Do you have them on your wall? Or on a stand? Like, where you can see them and just be like, thank you, Tornado. Dude, you're... I was expecting your Waffle House video to be much more action-packed. I haven't been to a Waffle House in almost 20 years because I'm gluten-free. But my memories of Waffle House were a little bit more animated than what you experienced today. But maybe it's because you have your phone out. Thank you, Tornado. You have a wonderful night. Be safe. Not in the current house. Oh, yes, that would be so cool. I will, I'm going to be on the road tomorrow at around 4 at your time. I will have spotty internet for 4 hours after that, but I will, if I don't see it before we leave, I will make sure to log straight in, because, oh my goodness. I was never able to afford any of the weaponry, and I wanted Eowyn's sword and Faramir's sword. Faramir got rooked. Faramir was all of us. Those of us who were not Sam were Faramir. We're the ones putting the rings in, we're carrying the ring bearers up the mountains, or we're the ones putting our lives on the line, trying to keep the kingdom safe. 2 a.m. fistfights? I've never seen that. Of course, the latest I was ever at a Waffle House was like 11. How did you... Well, I was going to say Hobbit in 5th grade, but you guys had heavier books back then. Like, ours became a very manicured reading list by the time we came around. Everybody has a very set list of things that I would say is lighter than previous generations because of the breadth of things we have to cover now. But I will say that I just wish that instead of doing that, they did more instructional time, so that it wouldn't be at-home reading, and then we could still cover the amount of material, but be more in lecture format. Because the stuff that we do teach now, we need to teach. Yeah, I was pseudo reading when I was 4, because I could, like, my grandfather, it was very important to him that one of us was going to be the smart one. So, like, he would write down letters or words, and then I would have to, if I wanted that snack or that whatever, that candy, I had to know which one it was. So I learned, and maybe this is my unhealthy relationship with candy now, I knew what Snickers, how to spell Snickers. I knew how to spell Milky Way. I knew what that looked like, what it for. It had no meaning for me except for that I was going to get one. But that, I would say that was the extent. And then, as far as reading like kindergarten level stuff, I was on grade, I would say. But because I'm a fall baby, I had to wait until I was basically 6 to go in, so I always looked much smarter than the rest of the class, but it was because I was a year further. Did you end up with the pecan pancakes? I saw that in the chat. He went to Waffle House at the same time that you were doing your live, Jane. So I was going between the two. You gonna go to bed, Caroline? You ready to go sit? You ate your noodles. You want to go night? Can I say good night? Go. Dance, 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 dance. Good job. Okay, I'm gonna go put her away real quick. I'll be right back. She really do be that way. Yeah, a tornado's been amazing. And Alexander, I don't know. I know you live in Texas. Alexander lives over in Michigan. He has some of the most beautiful views. I love watching his videos because they're just so. His camera is really good, so you can almost feel like the snow and the frost and stuff. Like you can feel the air being clean. You can feel the crisp. Like I love watching him because of that. Hey Maz. Hey Canadian. There's almost nobody there. Oh wow, that's interesting because the Waffle House, we have one Waffle House left. Although maybe not because a lot of the businesses in that area closed. We have one, if it's still going. It's between like two hotels on a very major street, across from a bus stop, across from a retail park. But it's always full. Like there's always like you can't park there, and I don't know if it's because the hotels are right there, but they at least get enough traffic to just stay busy, which is great. But what's weird is I have never met anybody who actually works at a Waffle House. Yes, it was great to meet you today, Maz. What'd you eat for dinner? And I've never seen a fight. Well, I've never seen a fist fight at Waffle House, but I have seen things get intensely heated where people are just one step away. Oh, that I forgot. You're out in India. what did you eat? Are you gonna eat breakfast or have you already eaten? Because yesterday I think you ate an omelet, right? She's got really good content. She's really good about gardening. Oh, that was weird. It like reconnected on its own. That was odd. She's got really good content. She's got stuff about gardening. She's got about her stuff about her type 1 diabetes, which is good for all of us to know because we should all be caring for our bodies in the way that people with type 1 are forced to. And she's got really cool animals. I like her animals. Oh, you know what, Maz? I got you mixed up with someone else. I am so sorry. Ooh, working salad. Nice. And I think you grow everything, right? You're an actual whole commercial farm. So everything's gonna be like super, super fresh. That's gotta be so good. And Jane is also like super kind, super supportive, and she's a very good heart. You basically homestead, right, where you're at. You do though. You try and it comes through. Wow, all organic. That's not something like most places in the US can do anymore. At some point or another, everything's been either treated with pesticides or runoff waste from an industrial park down the road. Well, that's one of the concerns about our food supply in the next 20 years is that not necessarily that we're not going to be able to produce our own organic stuff, but that we're depleting arable areas faster than we can clean up areas to make more. Because we're developing it for commercial purposes like do ranches and Airbnb and stuff like that. So we don't have any of these functional areas for arable land for arable purposes, and then we screw up the system and turn it from arable into non-arable land because of the way that we have to do the system in order for it to qualify for the protections to be in a city. And then it just, all the stuff that goes along with it, or at least that's the case from the people I've spoken to, and like definitely here in my state. Are they pretty far from you, Alex? Oh, thank you, Canadian. I love them. They are my babies. I know that makes me sound like one of those crazy um, pet parents, but and maybe it's the autism. I always preface it that I didn't know, I didn't understand what people said when they loved other people until I had my first bird. I used to think not necessarily it had to be something transactional, but there had to be, because you always hear about love is a give and take and everything, right? And I couldn't understand what you got in return for loving someone. And when I got my first bird, Greg, he was my heart, man. I knew I finally understood, because as irrational as the feeling was, it made perfect sense. And it's not something you can explain or qualify or quantify. It's just, this is my guy. Or are all of yours closed, Bob? Oh man, Maz, that's amazing. I don't remember if you had cooking videos, because I think we just connected. If it wasn't early this morning, it was late last night. You're what I'm kind of aspiring to do, Moz. Like I'll never probably be able to do more than what Jane does, but I would love to do what you do, the way that you're doing it. I'd like to get my community back together and into building that kind of, I don't want to call it a breadbasket, but that safety net. Oh my goodness, you have to go all the way to Ohio to see it? That's, wow, I had heard they had closed a bunch, but I didn't realize they closed that many. Oh, I remember that. You don't, it's not a real storm until Waffle House closes. Oh, and apparently a brand new one that opened last week is already closed. Oh, wow. Yeah, Moz, you should definitely follow JC. She has a lot of overlapping content with yours. You guys would definitely be able to trade ideas. I have never seen anyone try to order a hard-boiled egg anywhere. Oh, that's wild. I wonder if I went somewhere and I asked for one, if they would actually be willing to do it. Yes, I want to be able to do the barter thing. Where I'm going, my great-grandfather used to own this, used to own the only store in town. And it was literally the only store in town because up until like World War II, there wasn't a lot of economic development in the area. In fact, the people who were there, the house I'm in used to be two houses, and in order to avoid the property taxes for the other one, they just adobe'd them together during the war so that they wouldn't have to pay extra taxes. But he spent so much of he was not eligible to go, and his kids were not old enough to go. So his way of getting back to the war effort was making sure people had what they could eat. So what he did was he crowdsourced, not funded, crowdsourced anything extra that the government wasn't taking for rationing and everything to do the stuff. Because our area used to be the breadbasket for the state. We used to feed the state, and then we would also make sure that we were the economic source of food for the area. And then after the atomic testing, not far enough away, people got nervous about what we had to sell. But my great-grandfather, his way of contributing was making sure that everybody got what they needed. So he used to just give stuff away on the hope and a prayer that one day they were going to be able to pay it back. And obviously, once everybody started coming back from the war and everything else like that, and the developmental plan, economic plan was getting more people into the cities. That just never happened. So my grandfather grew up he was with the last generation of farmers, and he tried to move my grandmother up there after they got married because he still had 4 siblings under the age of 18 at home. So he was taking care of that house and that family with his job, even though he was married. And she absolutely told him, this staunchly Catholic woman was like, we will divorce before that happens. She absolutely refused. She refused to give him kids. She refused to help in any way around the house. And to be fair, my great-grandmother was a very mean person. So they ended up moving to the city, and that was that. And our neighbors didn't last much longer than either. The last 2 commercial farms actually closed last year because they defaulted on their loans. Hey Lori, how are you doing? Yo, I so badly want to go to Africa. Like, there's so, I mean, it's like, what, 47 different countries, 47 current. You know, I used to know the number because when I was responding to constituent letters, somebody was like, I want a grant to go to Africa, and they called Africa a country, and I was like, so my response was naming off like a few countries, and then I had to go through and actually count it because when I went to Google it at the time, because Google wasn't like super good, Wikipedia hadn't come out yet. Um, I couldn't figure out another way to do it, so I had to be like countries in Africa, and I had to count them. I used to know the number, but I don't anymore. I need to get back on that. But I have heard it is beautiful out there. And everybody that I know that has gone, even when they're like the not, even when they're even, I don't want to be like safari people because some people just go out to see living zoos essentially. But like people who I know who have gone for like Doctors Without Borders or missionaries, I don't trust their opinion too much because it's really easy to get good treatment when you're the one holding the stick and the stake. So when they're going into develop areas, of course you're gonna have a good time because people are gonna do their best to make sure that you're gonna continue to stay. But they don't stay, and a lot of those places end up even worse off than before. So I don't really trust missionaries too much when they tell me about the good time they had. But like Doctors Without Borders, they talk about it, and wow, it sounds like oh my god. I knew somebody who had gone to Ghana. I knew somebody who had gone to, I can see it on the map, but I can't. Somalia. How do I not remember Somalia? Um, I've known some people who've either gone there to serve in a professional capacity or just to go. And what's the worst propaganda? That's definitely where I started to get into propaganda because you guys have faster internet than we do. Your painted is so backwards. It be the same as how we paint rural people compared to the city, but like, so everybody would be rural in Africa. But apparently, you guys have the best air conditioning, the best internet. I've heard that the food is absolutely killer. So I'm like, I want to go. I want to go. I don't want to go to Belize. I want to go to Africa. 54. Okay. I almost said 57 and I was like, no, that's probably not right. 54 makes more sense though. My weekly flush of cranberry juice to build my vitamin C barrier back up. Who's on my scurvy friends? I've had problems with scurvy since I was a kid. Turns out that's part of my autoimmune condition. Moe's Pharma is in Mozambique. I'm in the U.S. And Canadian, if I remember correctly, but I've met a lot of people in the last 7 days. You and Charlie are both not in Saskatchewan, but the next part over, right? Do you know the Guard the Leaf channel? Have you seen that? I love that channel. Sometimes it's the only real news I get about what's going on in this place. Okay, I thought you were, but then I was like, well, maybe not. So I think in the description for Proud Canadian, it sends you to Prince Charlie's, right? Hey, Arunk, how are you doing today? Happy Pongal, happy Boti. Um, do you have yours like wine? Because like I'm one of the people who flaked out on being a creator early on. So like you had a YouTube account, but then the channel just kind of like goes off to the side. I don't know if that's how it works for everybody now, or if that's like a like leave over from that era. You know what? The next trip out in 2020, I was supposed to go to um I was supposed to go to Mozambique. I had heard that there was some event going on, and so like I was saving up and everything, and then I got really sick. Or in 2019, I was saving up and everything. I got really sick, and then I had to move home. I was one of the first people to get COVID, but they didn't know that because there were no tests at that point. And I'm pretty sure I did not do this state of service because I was going back and forth. Um, I didn't know anything about what was going on. I had no idea, and I was sick everywhere for like 6 weeks, moving back and forth because I couldn't afford a rental truck. So I would have to like fill up my car, take as much stuff as I could, wait till payday, fill up my car, take as much stuff as I could so I could move out slowly. And I had walking pneumonia for almost 6 months. But when I first went to the ER, they didn't have a test for it, so, and I didn't present like a lot of people did, so found out later. I do want to go, though, long story short, to get back to the point, I do want to go to Mozambique. I don't remember what the event was that I was supposed to go to, but I'd heard about it while I was in Scotland, but from a gentleman on a bus. Um, and I was like, man, that sounds amazing, especially because I was in Glasgow and it was very cold at the time because it was winter. I was like, wow, that'd be fun to do when everybody else is snowed in. Yes, thank you. I appreciate you, Charlie. I think you and I met last night. I think through Serena. I try to write on everybody's channel. It may have been through Mr. Russian. I try to write on everybody's channel like who I caught them from, because I feel like it's important that you guys know who to give credit to, because I know it's kind of important to know who to keep in your circles. So, Arang, you don't do you do farming too? I don't remember. You do mostly religious videos, right? Yeah, but I don't remember how I got there. I feel like I feel like I was in somebody else's video or live or something, and I saw you, and I should have, in theory, I try to do this with everybody, go to your channel, like, subscribe, go to a video, like it, and then write in there, nice to meet you from X channel. That way, like I said, you know who to give credit to, so that you know who to keep in your circle. Arunk, what did you have for breakfast this morning? I can hear somebody moving around. I will be right back, but please don't go anywhere. Keep talking. Mm. Oh yeah, I definitely want to go one day, and I would love for that to be sooner than later. I'm just not in that position right now. Trust me, if I had the money, I'd go next week because I have to arrange childcare for my niece. But I would go. Hey, Nico. What's your favorite part of Mozambique? Hey, Crystal, how are you today? How's your mom? Oh, good. So everything went okay? No complications? Coney Island has hard-boiled eggs. I've never been to Coney Island. Is that's the one that's in New York, right? Not Chicago? Or is that the one in Chicago? I tried to go to the one in Chicago when I flew through there because I had an 8-hour layover, but I had nowhere to put my luggage. And we managed to catch the bus before it left, but we didn't have any change, and I didn't want to give the bus driver a 20 for a $2 fare. Hey, Alexander. Oh, good. Good, Crystal. That's so good. What a blessing. Alexander was talking about how he ordered hard-boiled eggs at a Waffle House. And I was thinking, man, I've never tried doing that anywhere. And now I want to. I so badly want to go to, like, IHOP or Denny's or something, but, like, I would like my eggs hard-boiled. What did you guys have for dinner? Is Coney Island like a type of island, or is it because my understanding is Coney Island has like a lot of waterside businesses, like I always attribute hot dogs and stuff to it, but that's what makes me wonder if it's in Chicago instead of New York. And I don't remember if I said it or wrong, but happy Boti, happy Pongal. That's, yeah, I mean, is that like a strictly, it's gonna sound a lot worse than what I want it to sound like, but I think the only people I know of who put eggs in their potato salad are like Celtic lineage people, the Irish, the Scots, the Welsh. I don't think I've met anybody else who boils eggs normally. And now I'm wondering if that's like a completely cultural thing. And like nobody orders eggs boiled out. But that used to be how everybody ate their eggs. Well, okay, not everybody, because in Asian countries they've always had very strict regulation over how they do eggs, so that you can eat them raw. That's been a thing since forever, since the feudal days. So now I'm curious. I never thought about it. Yeah, see, potato. I like my potato salad to be basically egg salad, but it needs both. I like the depth of which the eggs make. Okay. Hot take on the eggs. I would rather have them cooked slightly less than slightly overcooked for the purposes of potato salad. I would rather it have a little bit of runny whites than I would rather it have blue whites or blue yolk. Yes. Wait, I do a I do one potato per person, so one fist of potato per person, and then I do 3 eggs. I don't know, that feels like the appropriate amount. It's probably like way too much. But I also had a potato salad one time. It had cubes of like sharp cheddar cheese. And I've never gotten past it. I love it. I'm not allowed to add it to anything I cook for my family, but when it's just me, that's what I do. And then, are you guys Team Miracle Whip or Team regular mayonnaise? Oh yeah, wrong. Here, sorry. It's me. I forgot to pull up my niece is hiding my headphones. So like I didn't even bring up my stuff because I can't hear it anyway. I'll just do a echo, which it's not for me. Okay, there. Now try it. I should have done it for Moz too. Don't ask me why I didn't. Okay, Crystal, I added you as well. Is that everybody? Happy Chickens. Yep, that's where it was. It was Happy Chickens. Okay, it should be working now, Arunk. Okay, so are you guys Team Miracle Whip for potato salad or Team regular mayonnaise? And Charlie, do you make potato salad out there in Canada? Do you use eggs? More potato. That's fair. No, that's true. But I'll be honest, the reason I like to do the 3 eggs to 1 fist of potato is because I don't really want to eat anything else. I just want to eat the potato salad. I'll skip the burger or whatever else. I'd much rather have just the potato salad. Hey, Kasturi. Jai Shri Krishna. I'm doing all right, and you? Are you live tonight? No, but I did already add your video to the queue for tomorrow. Om Namah Shivaya. I really need to look up what these things mean. Team Miracle Whip. And I, you know what? There you go, Kisturi. So that way you can connect with everybody here. If I couldn't eat Miracle Whip for the longest time after going gluten-free because it used to have modified food starch in it, which had a 75% chance of being made from wheat, barley, or rye. They were not doing large-scale modified cornstarch at the time, or if they, even when they started switching over, they couldn't guarantee the machinery was going to be gluten-free. Found that out the hard way. But so I had to switch to regular mayonnaise, and the only way I could make it the way I liked it instead of the Miracle Whip was adding relish to it, like sweet relish. I'm gonna look it up. About to Lord Shiva. And then I got everything out. Oh. I got everything out of the tub.
Thank you. I'm gonna take a quick shower for a little bit.
It'll be nice and clean now. It got bleached in vinegar all day, so.
Bleached and vinegared.
If anything survived that, it deserved to.
If you need any, do the dryer.
I'm gonna finish it in the morning. My back hurts.
Oh, I can imagine. Take a pill? I got pills.
I might later. If I can't fall asleep, I will.
Okay. You know where I keep them. So tomorrow's plan is, I do have to run to take stuff to UPS. If that's not ready tomorrow, it's okay.
Yeah, and I told you it has to be UPS, right?
No. but
Okay,
that makes
because it's
sense.
too big for Whole Foods.
Oh yeah, and that makes sense.
Yeah.
And-
So after I vacuum, I'll pack it up in the morning.
Okay. That works.
Then that way when we take it back, we got at least the one down.
I trust the ones that you paid for.
Oh, good, because I keep forgetting. I think about that at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
And then, you know what else I got at 3 a.m. this morning? Reminder to do my bar stuff.
Oh shit. Which is-
Yeah, I need to do all of my CLEs before the end of the month,
Oh shit.
including the trust accounting.
You better get it done.
The problem is that the trust accounting one, there's nobody doing the course, because I missed it back in December, remember?
Anyway,
I sent you the screenshot, I was like, I need to do this, and then both of us forgot because of all the crap that was going on up north.
So,
So I have to do it through the bar website, and I think
Okay.
it's like $250 for just the one course. So I'll,
that sucks.
I saw that, and I started having a small panic attack, and I was like, nope, I
Just
gotta
need to
get
start-
up in the morning.
We need to start just putting it on calendars,
Well,
so we remember, because I can't keep up.
no, we need a shared calendar. We also need to like. I'm kind of at a point though where I haven't practiced longer than I've practiced, and I'm kind of at a point where like circumstances don't change. I might as well not.
Well, if you're moving up there, that changes circumstances.
Yeah, but we gotta. I mean, you know my concerns,
Right.
so it's just. It is what it is. I mean, that would be great if it happened this year, but I don't know it's gonna happen this year. So
But you still gotta keep the license.
yeah, but I think next year if we're still in this circle, we probably should talk about just ending it.
So that's your decision, not mine.
Well, it's not a decision either one of us are making. That's a practical decision someone's making for us.
I'm not gonna make that decision.
No, but he's already made his decision. These things haven't changed, so.
You can do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right.
All right, good night. I should have muted that. I got heavier than I intended. I'm actually, I hold a professional licensure that I have to get 15 hours of stuff done this week. Huh? And I charged the other battery because the other one was done. So there was one, the one on the charger was the one that was on the back, because the one that was not on the charger finished.
I have them already rotated, you don't have to worry about that.
I know, but I went in there to do my battery for the birds. Who opened the door? It wasn't me. Indeed, indeed. I gotta get all those classes done. Thank God they're all 9. I don't know if everybody left because that was, again, a lot heavier than I had intended.
I don't know why I have
Dumping
to
out.
my car was-
You're, well, probably for the same reason it was open. You know, I even made the comment that I didn't store it upside down because of this, and then I did it anyway. Lost all that brine. That sucks. 'Cause it is food. It's from my reclaimed kimchi. I'm gonna go put it away before I forget and I explode some more. Is he okay?
Stepped on Dalmar's tail.
Yeah, I heard him. Did I give you a piece of the kimchi to try?
Yes, you did. Well, whatever that stuff you made, I don't know if it's kimchi.
This one. Did I give you a piece of this? Do you
How
want?
is it?
It's pretty good. You want to try it?
Yeah, that's right.
It, thank God, no longer tastes like moonshine.
It tastes like moonshine.
No, it no longer does.
Oh.
Thank God. Not that it could get worse. I mean,
God, the smell is strong. It smells just like the kimchi.
it tastes just like it too. It's a little bit spicier because it's that chimayo chili.
Oh, did you use my chimayo chili?
I'm telling you, that's what you. I know you don't think that's what you had, but that's what you had.
I used to put the chimayo chili in the other one.
Yeah, that's what I use. I use the rest
The
of
whole
what-
thing?
Well, whatever was in there. I just toss it in.
All of it? We don't have any then?
No, we do now.
Okay,
but whatever
that's
it was before.
Okay, that was bueno. Good. What's in there now that you know?
It's not. It's not as soft because it's not 2 months in. It's about 2 weeks. Salt. And well, I was just. I put it upside down to mix it. Forgot about it. I started pushing it up. It's still fine. Now it's a little hot. Uh, 2 hours and 30 minutes. I found out this morning from Uncle Bob that everything over 12 hours doesn't count. And I was like, well, the reason I was going over 12 hours is because I was going overnight. And that's where, like, most of my likes come from, because people like looking at the fish or my niece or my cat or me sometimes, depending on my mood. Good night, Aron. Talk to you later. Be safe. Thank you for connecting with everyone. But yeah. So I've been making that mistake because I had made the comment to, I think, Chick in the Woods. It was either Chick in the Woods or Happy Chickens. I think they may have both been in the same room. It was after your live that, and they came into my room because I was going back and forth between my room and Happy Chickens. And I had made the comment that I had reached the 4,000 mark on Saturday, but then they took off 1,200 and then they took off another 600, so I have to make up like. And then this morning, after they did all the readjustments for my weekly count, I got credit for just under 1,800, so I have to do another 2,200 hours again. And I'm wondering if that was because of how many streams I've had over the 12-hour mark. So, hey Colleen, how are you today? Breakfast this morning. What did you eat? Yeah, I mean, that's. Thank God for Uncle Bob. He's such a nice man to let me know. And I'll have to go back if. Whose live was it? I don't remember, but I need to go back to through my history because Uncle Bob was. He told me that there was something else that I needed to get done that I don't remember. I should have wrote it down. Bacon and eggs. Oh, girl, I'm sure you're tired. Your days are full. How are things going with your son and your granddaughter? Sometimes, and I apologize because I haven't been consciously watching a lot of videos. I've been putting them in the queue to make sure that you guys get bumped into the algorithm because I had heard, whether it's true or not, I had heard that if you get people who come every day, even if they don't watch a lot of watch time, if you're attracting the traffic every day, it will put you further up on the algorithm, especially if you have something scheduled. So I'm trying to hit our base people, like the first 25 slots I do for just us, and then anybody who's interacted I put on that queue next, and then anybody new I do after that. And it's basically 24 hours every time I do that. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, 2,200 hours in another 16 days feels. It was such a blow because I was really counting on being monetized by the end of the month. I'm on dwindling savings. I'm on a lot of stuff that's going on, and I need to get money for my medication. And so to lose those hours was just another sucker punch from life. So is it 11 hours in a day or is it 11 hours per cast? Because his niece, Chick in the Woods, or no, not Chayito, not Chick in the Woods, not Happy Chicken. Oh my goodness. There's a lot of chicken people today. I got really fixated on the chickens. Somebody had said that they always quit at the 11-hour mark and then they start a new one. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do now, is get as many hours out there as I can to get as much foot traffic as I can do, to see if I can get recoup those hours before the end of the month. Chick in the Woods. Okay, yeah, I think you were there for when I found out how dumb I am. And it's one of those things, because I should have clued in because Uncle Bob had said something last week in Chick in the Woods live stream, and he had asked if the general question, if we had read all the changes that are supposed to be happening here in a couple of weeks, and I was like, I haven't even read the last one. which is my fault. I need to make time for that if that's what I'm gonna do. It just, especially the last 4 months, were just a lot. My brother got in a car accident, so I had his kid even more. Uh, the intoxicated one has been just this side of divorce, if we're being honest. And then all the stuff up north where we were making trips every week to go do nothing, basically just to drop stuff off. And I get really motion sick now because of all the damage to my innards from my gluten intolerance. It hit me one too many times in a row while we were on the road, and now the other day when I took the day off, I was chain spewing for 3 hours after 30 minutes afterwards, and I couldn't get off the floor. But I can't afford my medication, so I was hoping to get that so I can get that going and get my ducks in a row and everything, try to get into a doctor and everything. But I mean, I preach into the choir. I understand. I'm not trying to get the pity vote or anything. So 11:54 in one day. So theoretically, if I did an overnight stream, and I started it at like 9 p.m. and then it went to like 8 a.m. and then I took an hour off and started it at 9 again, I would be at 23. I'd be at how many hours for the day? 9 to 8 is 11. But it'd be broken up over 2 days, so I might get closer to the 12. Your hours is not going to count if you do more than 11:54 a day. Anything more than 11:54 is a waste of time. God, I wish. I don't have access to a doctor, so I have no access to medication. I would love for that to be my problem, because stopping is a lot easier than starting anymore. My system is messed up from the years of abuse that I've done to my body, and then I have I have just this side of an allergy for gluten, but because it's an intolerance, it's not something I can trick my body out of. I can't build tolerance over time, whereas allergies, you can theoretically, as long as it's a non-fatal allergy, microdose your way out of the allergy. Intolerance is you're genetically incapable of processing whatever it is, as opposed to your body attacking something that it considers a foreign substance. So I was given bad medical information early on, so I tried microdosing for many years, and I've destroyed my body, and then I can't seem to find any place out to eat that doesn't have a low enough amount of cross-contamination that, like when we first started going, it was alright, like I could eat at certain places, and they knew, I knew, and then as time wore on, because my body's getting so broken down, I can't tolerate whatever it is that's going on, and I would be sick the entire day on Monday, as well as on the way home. So, because I don't have access to medication, because I don't have access to a doctor, just, the only way out is through. My job is being a full-time nanny to my niece, because the economy where I'm at sucks. I lost my job for being sick January of last year. I got hospitalized 3 times in 6 months. And I guess it was 4 months. And that was after being hospitalized for over a month earlier in the year for that job. And it just It literally, I got to the point where I could only eat once a day. And then I'd eat and pass out. And everything else was energy drinks. And let me tell you what caffeine does to your system long term when it's your only source of calories. I need what's called sucralfate, Sucralfate. It's in order to, it like calms things down in your GI tract, but you have to have a physician send you to a specialist, do a bunch of tests to confirm what's already there, so you can get something that will calm down the bile production and everything else so that you can eat without getting messed up. And because I already have a messed up system, I'm particularly susceptible. And because I also have a what's called disorder of Ondi, O-N-D-I, um, where my gallbladder used to be, my body is slowly growing a pouch of bile back. So if I push on it in just the right way, I can, for no reason, because it's just a pouch of bile. So when I lost my job, I lost my health insurance, and for some reason, losing my job caused me to lose my Medicaid, even though the reason I lost my job was because I was sick. So they recouped all of the money that they had paid out for my hospitalizations, and now I owe $65,000 to various medical providers. But in order to get my medical records from my old doctor, I have to pay him $1,200 so I can go see a new doctor, and start the process all over. God, I wish cancer would qualify me for disability at least. I don't qualify for disability because I don't have a current doctor. I don't have celiac. So celiac is the allergy portion. Mine is the intolerance portion. So I have all of those reactions up to the point of anaphylaxis. And it's not because my body I don't have the anaphylaxis because my body doesn't recognize it as a foreign substance. I have all the other problems because my body has no way to process it whatsoever. The best way I can explain it is like how Asians don't have the gene to process alcohol, which fun fact, I can't get drunk because I go from sober to unconscious in one drink because of that missing gene. So it's the same thing as like Asians being unable to drink alcohol because of that missing gene. I just am missing the gene that says, hey, what if we could eat wheat? Because most of my ancestors did not come from wheat bearing areas. They were oats and corn and stuff like that. So rice. Literally everybody with the wheat people. You know, I was I was told that I wasn't eating enough, which in 2023 when I had to go see like a GI specialist because I was kind of going through this cycle that I'm going through now. And she told me it was because I wasn't eating enough, but I was also working 2 full-time jobs and I couldn't afford to eat. Um, but it's just because of where I'm at. That's what the economy is like. And I was basically living in my car because I would drive 5 o'clock in the morning to another town to go work at a Walmart, drive an hour back to sleep for 15 minutes in a parking lot to go work at a Dollar Tree, to get out between 9 and 10 p.m. And then I would do it again. I was 7 days a week. But and the most sleep I got was in the Walmart parking lot if my shift started later. But it was determined I wasn't eating enough, and so I had done some kind of damage to my gallbladder. And I never really got like clarification on what it was, because she was angry at me for wasting her time. She's like, we could have avoided all of this if you just ate more. Okay, if I felt like I could eat, I would eat. If I could afford to eat, I would. but like I said, I could only eat like once a day, and yeah, I would just pass out, which probably means that diabetes has set in as well. What's your answer, Sister Scrooby? Yo, okay, so Crystal, I found out, and he may want to get tested. When I was hospitalized for over a month, the weird night sweating, the throwing up for days, the reduced appetite, the messed up gallbladder, I found out later the lack of appetite and lack of eat that and all the vomiting and stuff that could have damaged my gallbladder. I found out in the hospital a year after that diagnosis that I had tuberculosis. And apparently, that is an extremely common set of circumstances to have when you have tuberculosis. But they don't test you for it unless you're coughing up blood. I know when I got it, which was not the year I got COVID, but the year I started working for Dollar Tree. Because I got sick literally overnight from somebody who was working at or who was living at a group home for people who were in recovery and also recently released from the judicial system. She was talking about how everybody at the group home had gotten sick in a day. She fucking coughed on me. And I got so sick overnight. I passed out in my car, slept in the parking lot, got woken up by a cop to go home, got stopped by a different cop on the way home because I looked so drunk. And then he followed me to go home, and at the time, the drunk here was locking me out if I wasn't home by a certain time, and I don't have any house keys. I still don't. So I had to sleep outside. And so when I went the next morning to the urgent care, they just checked me for COVID, and it was COVID, and what was the other one? Because I ended up with that one too. RSV. The RSV I got the year before from Whole Foods. But I was clear for both of them, so it was just a really bad cold. And then when I got hospitalized and they were talking to me about the symptoms, I was like, oh, yep, I did all that. I still have those problems. See, I don't take marijuana. I can't take marijuana. I have really bad reactions to it. And I couldn't smoke because my professional licensure, where I worked, it would be very obvious, and we also had feds coming in and out of the building, especially on Thursdays, so smoking was out, so I had to do edibles. I was prescribed edibles by a doctor who was genuinely shocked that I was there for pain relief. Like, it was so abrupt to him what I was there for, because I had explained all of the months I had been in, like months in hours time, been in PT and all these specialists and everything that I had seen. And all of a sudden he just kind of, he stood up to do the physical exam, and he just all of a sudden like straightened up and was like, the heck? Like, he was genuinely shocked that I had actual problems. I wasn't there just to get a card. So he actually took the time to prescribe me, because, I mean, and I have to do in quotes because it's not a legal prescription, what I needed, and I went to the shop to get it, but I couldn't take it because I had to be on the road the next day. So when I went, I was by myself. I was warned not to take too much. What I was not told was that when you do edibles, you run a chance that all of the concentrated medication can be in one place. So while I took 1/8 of a dose, because they wanted me to microdose up, they called an ambulance for me because I went to go see a movie. I went to go eat and see a movie. I was thinking, this is what people do, right? They called an ambulance for me, but I had called my friend, and she had taken me out to her house. I could not go to work for 2 weeks. I was shivering cold. I could not warm up to save my life. I have never in my life been as cold as those 2 weeks. I lived in my bathtub because as soon as that water would cool down, I was literally filling it back up to try and warm up. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't find my phone because my friend had it. She finally came in to bring me the phone when she realized that my phone was still in her bed, because her husband had found it when he went to go clean up the room. And she was like, bro, we gotta go to the ER. I was like, yeah, we gotta go. Yep, 9 months. It took me that long too. I wish him luck. But like I said, maybe he wants to get it tested for TB because I realize that that's a really old school disease to get sick from. But apparently it happens more often than not anymore that people, because society isn't as far bad as it used to be, that people can contract it and recover from it and they don't know. But like I said, I found out when I was in the hospital for over a month. They were just running anything on me to figure out what was going on because I was having so many problems. And the head nurse comes by and just tries to avoid making eye contact with me, and he just closes my door while he's on the hospital phone. And that's how I found out, because we had joked about, oh, wouldn't it be funny if I had TB? Because we thought, of all the things for it to be, but they couldn't treat me for it because if they start treatment, I have to stay in the hospital for it. You have to do like a year of daily check-ins, go to a professional, make them watch you take it, and then they'll retest you. And for whatever reason, I got something wrong with my brand of TB because they ran 7 different tests, and while they're all positive, there's something wrong with it. And I stopped going because I couldn't take the time off of work anymore. I ran out of sick time. And we're good at tree farm right today. Oh my goodness, I couldn't even imagine doing a tree farm. You're literally, I mean, you might as well be digging posts all day without a poster. And Crystal, if he does get the test and it does come back positive, he might have to take FMLA because he may not be able to go back to work. Just FYI. Found that out as well. That was part of the reason that they fired me the first time, was I couldn't get back to work because I had a communicable disease. But it wasn't, I couldn't pass it on unless, I chewed on my hands and put it in someone's face. But I've been, ever since I got TB in 2022, I have been sick every single month, and it's gotten worse and worse and worse. And I get these, and we checked the first few years for diabetes, and it wasn't diabetes, it wasn't pre-diabetic, but I get these, they even checked me for perimenopause, because I would get these crazy night sweats. Even now, like if you ever see my live streams where I all of a sudden get up, I am just covered in sweat. I have to go like strip off my clothes, put on an ice pack, and try to cool down. And if I can't cool down fast enough, I end up chain sick for hours. But I haven't been able to afford to go to a doctor to see if how it started is how it's going to end. So we're gonna see. What kind of trees did you do to get it a little bit lighter? What kind of trees did you do, Alex? Or was it just like a general farm? Oh yeah. I can see the competition being so high in that field. Cause you have to be. I knew somebody who worked at a tree farm. Cause we used to have a famous orchard here before the burn scarred it some more. Um, I used to know somebody who worked there, and it sounded like the reason we used to put people in chains because we did not want to do that ourselves. The way and the meticulous way that they explained, like you had to dig around to grab roots, the way you had to wrap it to make sure that the root ball didn't escape because damage to the roots could apparently the tree, or if it didn't, it would damage it and it may not produce. Um, like the watering conditions, the grafting and everything. It sounded very meticulous. It sounded very labor intensive. And it sounded like something you could hyper focus on and get really into the mode of just doing. Like if you're not into it, it sounds like hell. But it sounded like something that if you're a person that likes to do the same thing every day, same process every day and everything, signs are always there, that you could just go. Hey Kirby, how are you? I just changed the thing to check because I had already finished eating. I made noodles with the whey from yesterday. The apple cinnamon whey. Although it still had a lot of the butter solids, so it's more like buttermilk. It was really good though. Not gonna lie. There's a part of me that thinks maybe next time I'll let it sit out and ferment, and make it into like a kefir. Oh, well, I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you. Um, you're in Oregon, right? You're like near Serena, but not near. You're like her to nearer to her than most of us are, because I think all of us are basically out east from you. Mississippi? Oh my god. Damn. That could not have been more wrong. That could not have been more wrong. That's even the right. You're out east from me. What zone are you? Just out of curiosity. Because JC Calamity Jane, I think she said she's 6B. I have no idea where I got. Like in my mind, you were geographically much nearer to Serena than I was. But I've met a lot of people in the last 7 days. I've met like 200 people in the last 7 days. So it's like, I know I'm thinking of somebody, but I don't know who. You're really close. Well, not really. Mississippi is still far. But you're close to Calamity Jane, closer to her than I am. 8B. Okay, so you guys you basically can grow most of the year. Uncle Bob was saying that, sorry, I know you're trying to go to sleep. Um, Uncle Bob was saying that his zones got redesignated this year. So I'm curious if it's just him or if it's like something they're gonna be rolling out going east, because he's in Washington. Yeah, he had a 10-degree change. Consistent 10-degree change. They didn't even get snow this year. You're as bad at spelling as I am. If it wasn't for autocorrect, I think nothing but nonsense would leave my phone. Hate to admit it. behind me? Oh, turn that off. It's freaking me out. I can see it on my screen. It's just like this pure white light ball. It's freaking me out. I still have butter all over this device from yesterday. That stuff is everywhere. It's still on the oven. I thought I got it all, but it's still on the oven. I don't have a garden yet. I want to, so I'm in effect a year behind. I was supposed to go move up to the old farmhouse my family owns about 3 hours from here. That's where I do all like the rural imagery from. I have more stuff, but because the internet's so bad, I end up having to put it on my phone, transfer it to a drive, and then only recently won my privileges back for someone else's laptop. Nobody even knows where mine is. But all that aside, it's my family's old farmhouse. It's 150 years old in one place, and it's 75 years old in another place. 75? More, it's gotta be that, more than that. No, it might be about that. But it was, another house was built very close to the original house. And then in World War II, they wanted to avoid extra property taxes, so they adobe'd it together. And it makes a lot of sense when you see the staircases, why it is the way it is. But it was a commercial farm for a very long time, for about 80 years. But after World War II, my great-grandfather his dad, basically gave the farm away, because his way of contributing to the war effort, because he couldn't serve and his kids were too young, was to just feed everybody. But after the atomic testing and stuff nearby, people started freaking out about buying stuff from that area, so we went from the breadbasket of the state to slowly developing and exiting the farming world. But I want to go back up there because most of the farms have closed up there, and I think it'll be really quiet. But I just want to get back to where I was. I think it'll be good for my health overall to be there. It has been slightly renovated. My mom so my grandfather gave it to my mom as a place to escape to should her marriage fail. So it's the only plot of land only parcel on the whole, the only plot on the whole parcel that had a house. Because in his mind, she was the woman she needed a house to go to. And she had a tenant in there from when I was like 6 years old. And I remember this guy. Real jerk. I didn't like him. I knew he wasn't gonna I kept saying he better take care of the place. I remember saying that, and I remember getting in trouble for it. He didn't take care of it. He redid the stairs. He tiled over one of the floors, but the tile is sinking, and it's probably due to all the trees growing out from underneath the house. He spackled over the adobe upstairs. There are mice in the walls, we found out. It's been an adventure, and and the place is so rural, we couldn't even find an electrician, because, backing up, this guy's been gone about 8 years from this place now. He didn't even tell us when he moved out. He waited 6 months to say anything, because he was taking all of his crap and basically selling anything that he could that wasn't nailed down, and including what was nailed down. He was selling off parts of the house, parts of the land, fixtures in the land. He tried to sell the bricks for the well. I'm gonna spiral if I keep talking. So he didn't tell us, so we didn't know that the utilities and stuff were on, right? Well, it turns out, because he waited so long to tell us, the pipes froze over that winter. And so we were able to qualify for emergency shutoff, even though somebody was technically living there in the last year, because it was going to destroy the house because the electricity was in with the water. And it's taken the last 8 years to get people in and out of there, professionals, to do their part to make it safe for us to even try to clean it up. We just had the last electrician go in October to do the water heater. We tried to do an electric water heater because we were having a hard time finding somebody to haul away the 3 different destroyed water heater tanks in the wall. And we couldn't get up there during the week to be able to get access to the dump. The dump's not open on the weekend. So we tried to do an electric one, and that disaster. It gets way too cold. It hasn't even hit below 0 yet, but there's no hot water even when it's 50 degrees. This is kind of a project, and I was trying to record the progress, but as it's gotten crazier and weirder, it's been hard to organize anything. I was gonna do the mouse internal universe to try and organize it, be like, this is what it was, this is what we're doing now, and then, you know, eventually at the end be able to show a video montage of all the cool things that we've done. But it's gone on for so long over the last year that I've literally recorded over 100 gigs worth of the same footage. It's basically just seeing the leaves change outside because we haven't even been able to haul stuff out of the house until 2 weeks ago. We finally got rid of the mouse infested couch. We got rid of the 2 stoves that were not hooked up but connected to the wall that never worked but was full of hornets. Living hornets, by the way, because we were making the space warm enough to keep the pipes from freezing. So the hornets were in the pipes, chilling out. Yeah, it's been crazy. I just trying to get, and then I don't have anything to really edit footage on, so outside of my phone, or I didn't until recently. I'm borrowing my mom's laptop, so I would love to show this stuff, but the reason I'm following you and like JC Calamity and Alexander and like all of you is I want to get into homesteading because I think I need to for my health. I think being able to work outside at my own pace, I mean, not completely at your own pace. You have, you know, especially when you get cold snaps, you gotta be on it. But growing food that, you know, it's not going to make me sick. I've had a lot of damage to my body from food over the years, and I wish I could say it was diabetes. I think diabetes would be easier to control. So that's what I'm hoping for. Plus, I've always wanted ducks and chickens, and I can't do that where I'm at now. I can't do that in the city. Pure farms, but they are getting better. So what happened in our area, I don't mean this to sound political, but it's gonna sound that way, believe me, and I'm sorry in advance. What happened in our area was all of these farms were created prior to our state becoming a state. We were just a territory. So the parcels and plots were purchased from the Jicarilla Nation while we were a territory. And then we became a state, so everybody here became naturalized. Well, actually, I think they just made them straight up citizens. I don't think they were naturalized unless they were over a certain age. But the treaty that made us a state basically disbanded the Jicarilla Nation, so it allowed the government to come in and take a bunch of parcels and plots because the deeds were invalid. And so what families started doing was they would buy the plots and they would make them bigger and bigger and bigger. And so then we had about 15 families, I would argue, in Reading for a very long time, that were just that valley. And it was just huge, huge plots of land. And then they were trying to bring their kids back into it, but the only way you can do that is by making sure they have a place to live. Nobody wants to live with mom and dad their whole lives. So they would parcel off their plots, and the kids would build on those plots, and it would take away the arability of a lot of the land. And then what came with that was a lot of developers started coming in and doing like dude ranch things. Warren Buffett actually owns a third of our state because of this. He straight up owns 1/3 of our state because of the way this shook out. And so the parcels started getting smaller and smaller. People started moving because of the lack of economic opportunities. The more people that were there, especially with the labs being nearby, the more it got away from farming life to developed life, but it's too far to be developed. So piece by piece, corporations have been loaning out money for people to continue, but like I was telling Alexander, the last 2 farms last year defaulted on their loans, so they're done. That's it. There are no more privately owned, family privately owned farms out there. So I'm part of, and again, I realize this sounds political and I don't mean it to, but part of the reason I want to go out there and start my homesteading is because if there are no working farms for X number of years, the county automatically converts the land for commercial development, and I don't want that for that area. I really just don't want that for that area. I already don't like that we have an elk farm where the elk can't even leave the premises to get in a barrel, basically. That's as commercial as I would want it. Everything else needs to slow down. Yes, everybody should have chickens. Well, okay, not everybody. Not everybody's built for chickens. I get that. But I might start with ducks because ducks are more hardy to the area I'm at. We got a lot of wild ducks. I'm hoping to honey trap them. Which I realize is a horrible thing. I just want them to come to my land. I basically own a herd of elk because they leave my property in the morning, they go off and do whatever they're going to do, and then they come back at night. So, legally speaking, they're my elk. I'm hoping that doesn't change once I'm up there. They don't always come back at night when they see the car. So we're trying to hide the car behind the garage. So that way, they just see the gate open. And I want to get a trail cam, but that means I need to get internet, and internet out there is $250 a month. So, down the line. But thank you. I appreciate you, Kirby. Thank you. I try to get our core group first thing in the morning and go in. I try to make sure I have at least 10 minutes of content, but I had read somewhere that if you have traffic that looks for your channel and engages it every day, it pushes you further up the algorithm, especially if you have something scheduled to come out. So I figure if we can just, in our group, every day, even if it's just a 3-minute video, get it into a queue, get it watched, we can really push each other up. That's what I'm hoping. Yo, what kind of chickens did you have? Good night, Kirby. I know you're gonna get up early and you're 2 hours ahead of me, so it's almost 1 a.m. You need to go to bed. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to keep you up, but thank you for coming by. What kind of chickens did you have, Alex? okay.
Why are you looking like that?
He's all flopped over on the ground, holding on to it for dear life. Yo, did you have one that was named Foghorn? If not, it was such a missed opportunity. Because Looney Tunes were definitely out when you were a kid. Okay. What's there? Is there something in there you want? Okay, okay. Don't put your face in my food, please. Here. Here. Is this what you're looking for? Bro wanted some chicken ass sausage. Okay, and also let me ask you, because I know I'm gonna forget later. The roosters, I heard, can be a bit moody. I know that like chickens, when they get broody, they can get in a mood. But I had heard on some of the homesteading groups that roosters are like constantly moody. Like they wake everybody up to let everybody know they keep schedule, but they keep schedule. Oh my god, I don't even think we could do that these days. I would love to do that. I got screwed out of my duck. I went to the state fair and the 4-H people were there and they thought I was just some city chick. And I was like, I want to hold a duck. And she was like, no. And then my brother's wife was like, hey, I used to be your teacher. She's not going to hurt the duck. And she unwillingly gave me that duck. And that duck just sat down and fell straight to sleep. I wanted that duck. I wanted him and his little friend. They sold him. They sold him before they were supposed to sell them. I got screwed out of my duck. I wanted that duck. He was beautiful. Buongiorno. Hello. Hello, Lumo. Lumo Shani. I wanted that duck so bad. I miss him. I think about him a lot. Probably a lot more than I should, too. Oh man, this is really behind. Okay. Poor Kirby, I'm over here reading, and it's like 5 minutes behind. Poor guy's trying to go to bed. I need to brush my hair. It's tangled and it won't sit in the bun. No, it would sit in though, is the chopstick. I can see why these were so integral throughout history. Twist, twist, twist. Wrap. In. Up. Around. Down. Back. Ta-da! That's it. Oh, wow! Our county fair is until September, and I might end up having to wait until then. That's where I was connecting with Chicken Explorers, because I met him July, August, sometime last summer before everything last year happened. The end of last year was a complete disaster in more ways than one. But I had connected with him while I was driving to and from up north quite a lot before we had to stop because of everything that was going on. And he had offered to help me design and set up a coop because he has chickens. And I told him, well, in exchange, I'll grow some hay and I'll bring the hay to you when it's ready. So I'm hoping that that offer is still on the table, and I'm hoping that I would rather keep it, quote unquote, in the family, so to speak, because he only lives an hour from me. And I'd love to be a help to him in any way I could, up until then, to, you know, earn it until I can get hay grown. But the way the property was not taken care of, we have random hay growing everywhere, which is why I think the elk come back down for us. And then they just take the highest bidder. I've never been to a silent auction. With all of the stuff that I have done, I've never been to a silent auction. Or at least not one that I participated in. I probably didn't know about it or was too young to appreciate it. And I know some species are just... I know a lot of the egg-laying species that they recommend are not good in my zone. That was one of the first things that I checked. And I don't mind having me some pet chickens, but I also am not going to be in a position where I can't be able to barter things away. So I would like to be able to have egg-laying chickens and egg-laying ducks, so I have something. I would like to be as self-sufficient as possible, but I would never be able to gather my own meat, so to speak. I could see myself very much being a, what do they call it? Where you only eat eggs for protein. If it came down to it, that's exactly what I would do. I would never be able to. I'm a wreck with that stuff with animals. I would absolutely, if I didn't live with somebody who just went to the store and suddenly came back, I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't have meat. But eggs are something you can barter with to get it, and you should have meat in your diet. So. Welcome in, everybody. We're talking about homesteading. It's actually Timothy hay. And it's weird to say that grows wild, but at some point somebody's went to seed and it just kind of crawled down the road. And because the guy wasn't taking care of the land, it just grew seeded. It's getting less and less now, I think, because the elk are coming. And also my mom hires somebody to go, like, mow the stuff down, and then he would take a lesser fee if he was able to sell anything. But it's Timothy hay. We don't have any clovers. I do want to grow clover, though, because I want to pull up all the grass. I I was reading a lot of stuff about how bad the grass is, not just for like the natural environment, um, but how it can really mess up the temperatures around your house. So I want to get clover in because it's supposed to help moderate things, to keep the ground from freezing as much and making it easier to work, so to speak. That I don't know if that's true. That's what I read a couple years back when I was preparing to go up there. Yeah, I don't know what the difference is. I've never looked up between Timothy and alfalfa, because I thought alfalfa was supposed to be the bigger one, but my mom makes a really big deal out of it being Timothy. I know Timothy is what you buy your guinea pig at the pet store. Um, but I don't know the ways it's better, just that she perceives that it's better. And I've never grown any kind of hay, but that was apparently also what my grandfather grew on the back half for the working animals. Is it actually good? Like, is it like food grade? It never occurred to me that we could eat that, I'm gonna be honest. Until you said it this moment. I don't think I've ever thought about it. I think I always thought about farmers chewing on straw, and it occurs to me now that straw is dry hay. So why would it not be Timothy? Why couldn't it be? I'm very smart. I'm very smart, Alex. I'm so smart. I can't tell the time of day. I did not know that. I know clover is a huge thing for microgreens. People love clover for microgreens. And then they also like it for, like I said, the temperature regulation it's supposed to do around homes. I never heard that though. That's crazy. Oh my god, that's literally the first thing that people search for. It's part of the pea family? Okay, so Timothy has higher protein and calcium for livestock, so that's apparently why it's better. That's wild. So technically it's food. It's people food. Put into the soil, yeah. Grandpa used to talk about he always grew it on the back half, but I think for him, the back half was whatever he wasn't growing on, because he always talked about rotating crops. But how do you rotate them if there's a back half, right? So it was a couple years after he died that it occurred to me that the back half is just what he's not working on. That's where the hay went. I will be right back. I need to go potty. Yeah, need more cookies. Sorry, I'm going to take my beds right away too before I forgot. Pear? Bro, pears are legumes? Oh my god. This makes so much sense. Oh, they're pommes frites? Or is pear a type of hay? Obviously, I am agriculturally dumb. I only look into the stuff that I like think I'm gonna need. Oh shit! Used for both dessert and pear cider. Wow! I mean, of course, it's a fruit. It's high in sugar. Of course, it can be a cider. I'll be honest. I've been very narrowly focused, and it's getting more and more narrow as we're finding more and more problems with the house and the land. I think I was telling you about our obligatory pile of tires. But I had this broader vision of being able to reopen it as a commercial farm. But certainly as just one person, I can't do that. And I never got into a financial position where I could hire people to help me. And then we were approached by somebody who moved in down the road, who actually didn't live far from us here in the big city. And he had gotten our information from our cousin who approached us about potentially turning it into an Airbnb. But when he got into the house, he was the first one to be like, did you talk to this guy before he left? He was the one that had to arrange for like all the safety stuff over the years. He would send these pictures. It was horrendous. But we were never able to like make any money off of it or anything because literally since we didn't have water that could run through pipes until October. So and then my focus had to narrow, and I've mostly just been looking into things that are gonna break up the soil because it hasn't been used in so long for that first year, and hopefully things that I can eat like buckwheat, radishes, that kind of stuff. And then next year I want to broaden it. I do want to grow hay, but I need permission for the back half from my uncle, because the stuff that I want to grow is going to pretty much take up the acre that we have. And then my uncle's lot, which is immediately just adjacent, I'd like to grow hay there the next year. Maybe bring him back into it. I want to rebuild that community. I think it's lost a lot of its value over the years because it doesn't fit cultural norms today. I'm really not doing it because I'm trying to escape this life as much as it feels like it. I really want to keep that area as much the same. And if I can't get this farm going in the next couple of years, or somebody else gets a farm going in the area, it's all going to be commercially developed. They're already working on condemning houses that have been abandoned by people who couldn't afford the taxes anymore, and have moved in with their children in the city. We already have 3 different Airbnbs and dude type ranches on the block. So we'll see what happens, but I have to keep it narrow. But like when you were telling me about the sugar beets, bro, I could grow sugar beets. They have great trap bait for the elk and deer. They leave everything else alone, and plus then I get sugar at the end of it. Hey, Mito. Peas, not pears. Oh, I'm sorry. pears and apples are in the rose family. That's what it was saying. But there is a pear type of hay apparently. A specific historically significant pear variety known for ripening early and used for both dessert and cider. So that's crazy. Or maybe the pear is called hay. Early hay pear, because it matures at the same time as the early hay. There we go. I can read the whole sentence sometimes. Oh, I'm trying to stretch out my lower back. Don't mind me. I don't want to keep you up either, Alex. I know you're 2 hours ahead of me too. So, how long? So you've been working at the nursery for what, 20 years now? Which explains, I mean, again, so smart. Which explains why you know all this stuff about trees. That's crazy. I'm sure you answered this, but I don't remember. Do you guys just do like a general nursery of trees, or do you guys like focus on a specific type? Do you love pears? Yo, I would love to grow pears. I want to grow, okay. I know I keep calling them bait and trap plants, but I'm not doing it so that I can on the property. I just want them to come back. Especially if moving up there is going to scare them off. I want to give them an open invitation to come back. Especially since so few people are still there. I would love for all of the deer and the elk in the area to just come chill at my place. I realize that not all of them are going to make it back because we do have significant hunting in the area. But I did find our old brand, and it would be kind of funny if I branded them. I mean, to save them, but, you know. Although, technically, they can be a plague unto the Lord. But I wanted to grow a couple of different types of apples. I knew I wanted that. There's some sort of... Oh, we looked it up. We had to look it up because in the tangle of weeds and brush that we worked on last year, we found a specific kind of berry, and it wasn't a huckleberry. It was like white and pink radish style, but it was a berry. And it's apparently like edible. So we think that's what the deer and elk originally came for, other than the hay. Let me see if I can find it in my history. Pink and white berry. Let's see, it's not. No. White, sometimes pink berries. They're generally better. Is it this one? Because the berry itself was both pink and white, but maybe it was in transition. It wasn't full white. God, and I can't even remember what week that was, so I couldn't even. I have almost 10,000 images and videos of the property and all that kind of stuff. Up north. And they're not all organized, unfortunately, so I can't remember, and I can't it was when I gathered the pine cones before it rained. It was still in the 60s, so was it October? It's about when Tommy started getting sick. I can't find the picture. If I could remember the day, I would be able to. I'd be able to nail it down. But honest to godness. And obviously all the berries are gone now. I don't want to wait another year for it to show up. Is it after melon came? What is this a picture of? I can't find it. That's gonna drive me nuts. I guess I know what I'll be doing on the car ride tomorrow. Because we had to look it up after we left, because we were already kind of in a rush to leave, because it was going to get dark, which is why I thought it was September. But it may not even be on my phone, because I didn't have space on my phone every time we went, so sometimes I had to do it on my mom's phone. Or like my phone was streaming, so... Let's see, I got albums up north. See, like, this is how he left the hookup for the washer and dryer, except that we had to reattach the pipes. He just left them on the floor. This is how he left it. And behind this one were two smaller ones. currants, maybe? Let's see. Oh, maybe. Yeah, that kind of looks... That looks pretty close if it's not them. And that description, like, you have to do them fresh to do jams and stuff. Sounds right from what I remember. It could very well be currants. We do have some beautiful views. Okay, I'm gonna stop doing that, or I'm never gonna stop doing that. I could hyper focus on that forever. And it very well may not be a tree. It's just that the way that it's growing, it looks like a tree because, imagine if you will, someone who found the world's shoddiest pieces of wood that he probably traded from magic beans. A fence that approximately looks like this. And through it, intermittent barbed wire that may or may not be attached from one side to the other. But it's not really barbed wire because somebody took off the barbs. And it's been cut in so many places, and you can tell that it's been cut. It wasn't a snap. It doesn't have that break. It has that snap. Yeah, it's been cut in so many places. I don't even know that it legally could be counted as a fence, except that the shrubbery and stuff has grown up against it, and there are trees there, are holding it up. The stuff has grown around all of that crap. It's just holding it up, which is sad because one of the things I read was that when trees grow around like hoses, metal or whatever, it slowly poisons the tree, and so they'll never reach full maturity. Or the limb or wherever it is will never reach full maturity, and it'll actually, depending on where it's at, poison the entire tree and potentially take it out. But where where the trunks and stuff have grown around, it most certainly has poisoned the trees. Which is sad, because they're very beautiful trees. I don't want to open my phone to show you, because I'm just get stuck doing that. Hello to everybody who came in. How are you? Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're doing well. We're just chit-chatting. I have a property up north that I'm trying to rehab, so Alexander is giving me some much-needed information that I should have known and never looked up. You know, I'm going back to where you said apples are in the rose family. It's funny because I always explain apples being very floral in food, and now I know why. It's because they are literal flowers. That makes sense though why they used to be given out as in place of flowers. I remember high school or something they were talking about how it was normal to give like a branch with an apple on it. I always assumed it was for the graft, but you know, if it's a flower, that's the stem, right? I'm gonna put this food away. I can't believe those apples are still not dehydrated. They are still going from yesterday. Anything that you're anything you're willing to share, bro. I trust you. You clearly know much more about plants than I will. I hope to change that one day, but today will not be that day. Okay, so even after taking out 3 servings, this is how much is left, Alexander. That's crazy. Oh. Okay, again, me being so brilliant, big brain. Landscapers used to be the gardeners. Why should I be surprised to hear that when you're doing your landscaping that you were gardening? Oh my goodness, I think I'm too dumb to survive, Alexander. Just much too dumb. And I know you're getting tired because I know it's already almost 2 a.m. out there. Maybe I should switch it over to my sleep stream and we can chill out. And then when you fall asleep, I'll just put it on the cats. I don't want you to feel like you have to stay up for me. I feel bad. I don't like people having to... I know what it's like to have people expect you to stay up and be up all the time. I don't like to be that person for somebody else. The main point of conflict between somebody I used to be very close to. There's a difference between wanting to stay up and wanting to be seen as wanting to stay up. And I don't think it's fair to keep someone up who doesn't want to be kept up. I think I'm going to start moving in that direction. What is opening? I don't have anything else open. It won't let me close the program, guys. Odd. Okay, we're just going forward. We're hoping for the best. Uh-oh, what did I do? Uh, okay, there we go. I fixed it. Or at least it looks like it got fixed on my end. Hey Kids Warriors, how are you? If you're just joining us, I am just starting to get things ready for the second part. What did you eat for dinner tonight? Sorry, I'm trying to get it at an angle that makes sense. Thank you. I'm trying to, normally my cat comes and sleeps up here, one of my cats. So I want to get both. I'm so sorry about that sound, if it did a sound. And I can't, this rig just is counterintuitive to me. Okay. I don't remember where I met Kids Warriors, and I'm gonna be super honest about that. Does that seem kind of crooked to you, Alexander? I can't tell. Because on my laptop it looks crazy. It's driving me nuts that I haven't gotten to the back of that fish tank yet. There you are. I found you. And you know what else I found? Yeah. Come on. Okay, be sneaky. Oh, damn. There we go. I have flamingos, but now they are missing. What did you do with them? I'm so sorry. Alright, I think I'm gonna end it here. And then that way I can get my other one started for overnight. And then, but thank you for everybody who came out, and I appreciate everything that you guys have done. You have a beautiful day, beautiful night if I don't see you